So it's 9:04 and we're going to call the meeting to order. I'd like the clerk of the board to conduct roll call.
Yes, good morning. Supervisor Brown?
Here.
Supervisor McCowan?
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy? You're muted, Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, here.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams? You're muted, Supervisor Williams. And there you go. Okay.
Sorry, I wasn't allowed.
It's okay.
I'm here.
Okay. And Chair Hashtag.
Here.
All right.
All right, I'd like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Let's see. Okay, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so I'm going to announce that in order to speak via telecomment, one must submit a speaker form online before 8 a.m. the day of the meeting. The link to the telecomment request forms can be found on both the first and last pages of the meeting agenda and on the Board of Supervisors website under Agenda and Minutes and Public Engagement. If you have submitted a telecomment request for either public expression, or consent calendar, we only have public expression today, please call in now. All right, so I'm going to go to agenda item number 3, which is public expression. Anyone we've had 2 people sign up for public expression, so could you please call in now? And clerk, do we have Sarah Wright on the line?
Yes, we do.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, Chair Hashtag, Honorable Board of Supervisors, CEO Angelo. My name is Sarah Rice. I'm a reporter for KPYX. And I have a couple of related comments about having public meetings and press conferences in person. I think we all know that the pandemic is exacerbating previously existing inequities, and one of those is that people cannot participate in the public process right now unless they have really good electronic equipment and perfect infrastructure and the skills to operate this equipment so that it works perfectly every single time. And now we have a few more rights. We've had the economy in certain sectors open up so we can play outside, we can get our hair done, and we can go to a bar until the middle of the night. And I realize that all these sectors represent a certain number of people who might be able to stave off financial ruin, but I think if we're willing to accept the risks involved in those activities, we need to accept the risks of people being able to participate meaningfully in person in the democratic process too. For example, today is going to be all about cannabis, and the chambers would probably be packed, which is obviously not ideal in a pandemic. And there is some correspondence, so a few people have gotten through, but I think we could accommodate everyone who wants to comment without violating the governor's orders about having gatherings. I mean, we know how to distance people in a place. We could have them stand outside in the hallway, maybe the courtyard, maybe conference room C. People could watch in real time without the kind of confusing delay between Zoom and YouTube. People could disinfect the microphone with a Clorox wipe before and after their comments. That's what I've been doing with my microphones for interviews. Pretty sure I can stay safe without trashing my equipment. But I think keeping the public at a distance from the workings of democracy right now, especially since as a culture, we've said that our priority is that people can hang out at a bar until the middle of the night, is kind of a dismaying statement about our cultural priorities. And I think that we can stay safe while treating people like fully realized political participants in society, but democracy is always involved a certain amount of risk, and it needs to be at least as valuable as going to a bar and
30
playing
seconds.
outside and getting our hair done. So thank you very much for this opportunity to comment and participate today.
Well, thank you. Okay. Is David Gurney on the line?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Gurney.
Okay. David Gurney, Fort Bragg, California, for the record. I spoke before the board on April 14th, just over 2 months ago. At the time, I complained about the lack of available testing. As of now, this problem has not been solved. The county has implemented some 132 daily tests in the Ukiah Valley, but no regular testing program on the coast where it is actually needed. I also raised public concern over the absence of a health officer, as Dr. Doohan had left her post to go to a new job in San Diego. I therefore advocated for the county to hire a competent full-time health officer to replace her. In the meantime, this body hired Dr. Joseph Iser, who turned out to have an extremely ugly work history that anyone could have easily discovered by Googling his name. He went through the motions of hiring, but failed to get it done. So here we are now. The last I heard, Dr. Doohan is back in San Diego working part-time as our health officer. We are in the middle of the worst public health crisis in a century, and Mendocino County does not have a full-time public health officer. At this point, I can't blame Dr. Doohan. She has given ample notice of her intentions and given ample time to find a replacement. Instead, you extend her contract part-time and still fail to get a new in-county health officer. This is incompetence and negligence of historic proportions. This time, you're not just going to be responsible for losing money, you'll be responsible for losing lives. In Mendocino, the Mendocino coast is opening back up to tourism. My suggestion is that you at least provide ample opportunity for incoming visitors to be tested and come up with some sort of plan for contact tracing when the inevitable happens and tourists start bringing the coronavirus to our coastal community. The county could promote free testing and make it available to tourists as a promotional tool for those who actually care about their health and the health of others. A comprehensive plan for contact tracing of tourists must be in place before opening up. And finally, we must have a full-time health officer to deal with this historic crisis. After months of warning, none of the above has been accomplished. So far, coastal residents have managed by strict voluntary compliance to curb the spread. But with the influx of tourism, our spike is still ahead of us. The public health can issue all the 33-page health orders that you want, but if you fail to enforce them, they are meaningless. The sheriff's office has made it clear they are unwilling to enforce the law when it comes to this pandemic. The
30
responsibility
seconds.
of the public health department is more than remotely operating a Facebook page. Now that the governor is pushing statewide reopening and leaving it up to individual counties to set regulations, we need responsible leadership in the form of a new public health officer, and we need it now. Or should I say we needed it months ago? Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Gurney. Let's see. County Council brought an item that is for the closed agenda, and it's an urgency item. So, County Council, would you like to speak to this?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to ask the board to take up an off-agenda closed session item for the initiation of litigation. There is a code enforcement matter regarding noncompliance of a business with the health officer orders on the coast. This came to my attention yesterday that the business had communicated that they intended to defy the orders and not comply with any of the current safety requirements in place for a business of that type to continue operating. And code enforcement, in looking at their timetables, would like to have the option of going and seeking a temporary restraining order towards a little bit later in this week. So I would ask if the board would vote to take up this item, and then we can present in closed session as to the issues, and the board can consider the possibility of initiating litigation.
I'll move the recommended action.
Second.
Second.
Okay, so it's been moved by Supervisor Jurdy and seconded by Supervisor Williams. All right. So,
I do have a comment.
yes, Supervisor McCowan.
I believe the motion is to make the appropriate findings to add the item to the agenda, presumably under 9 closed session.
Right.
That
And Mr. Chair, if I may, I just add that the findings that would be that the item came to the attention of the board after the publication of the agenda, and that there is a need for immediate action.
Okay, so clerk of the board, could you conduct a roll call vote?
Sure. Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Supervisor McCowan?
yes.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
All right, so we'll deal with that in closed session as item 9A. And so moving on to agenda item number 6A, discussion and possible action regarding recommendations of the Cannabis Cultivation Ad Hoc Committee. The sponsor is the Cannabis Cultivation Ad Hoc Committee, which is Supervisor Haschak at this point. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this over to Supervisor Jurdy to chair the meeting at this point. Supervisor Jurdy, are you ready to do that?
Sure. So here we are on this agenda item. Supervisor Haschak, I think, are you going to lead the discussion, or is this discussion going to be led by county staff?
Well, I'm going to have some comments about it. And so,
Okay,
Yeah.
Well, go ahead.
okay. We are having this virtual meeting, which is in no way ideal for a controversial topic such as what to do with the cannabis ordinance. We heard from Sarah Wright this morning about the problems inherent in having the meetings this way. Recommendations from the ad hoc committee that were brought in February of numbers 2, 3, and 4 that were unanimously agreed on have not been brought back to the Board of Supervisors, nor has the hemp ordinance. Staff must be very busy with the crisis at hand due to COVID-19. We want to maintain the livelihoods of our legacy cultivators who entered the permitting process to cultivate legally. We want to clean up any CEQA issues between the state and the county. We need to streamline bottlenecks such as the sensitive species review and see if we can get CDFW to allow for the county to administer this review. There are issues with the ordinance, but there are solutions to those issues. Solutions which will be quicker and cheaper for everyone. Let's resolve the specific issues, because if we throw out the baby with the bathwater, we are going to have more problems, more wasted taxpayer money, more delay in getting to a county ordinance that works for everyone, including those who have risked much to enter into the legal market. It is our responsibility to make this work for everybody. So what we need to do now is focus on what we can do to fix the ordinance. So we need to try these measures. Number 1, we need to open up phase 1 for legacy cultivators for a defined period of time. Since we have the equity grant starting on July 1st, we need to have a pathway for entry of those legacy cultivators who have not entered the permit program, and to support them with sound economic development aid, environmental aid, and permitting aid. Then we can see who wants to come into the program and how we can help them. Number 2, a concerted effort to resolve any issues between CDFW and the county regarding sensitive species review. If we can resolve this bottleneck, then it will move everyone along the pathway towards annual licensing. There is a meeting coming up next week to resolve this issue. Number 3, there is a meeting next week between county staff, me, and Cal Cannabis to try to resolve the CEQA issues. That's another one that we need to get a handle on, but it can be done. Number 4, if we can't figure out a clear path forward with Cal Cannabis, CDFA, and CDFW, then we work with Senator McGuire and Assemblymember Wood to help fix the problem. There is a solution. And fifth is the ad hoc configuration. We've got 3 ad hocs right now. We've got the cultivation ad hoc committee, which is just myself. We've got the regional ad hoc, which is Supervisor Williams and myself. And then we've got the economic development ad hoc, which is Supervisor Jurdy and Supervisor Williams. So my plan would be to have all the ad hocs report out next meeting and then disband them and then form one ad hoc moving forward that would just deal with the cannabis issues, and so that they could be more effective in dealing with the state, in dealing with the ordinance and the equity grant. And so I would like to see that happen. The Cannabis Cultivation Ad Hoc Committee will make these steps its top priority and will report back to the board within a month. So I think that if we move forward in that direction, we will be better off than total upheaval with repealing the cannabis ordinance. And I think that there are so many unintended consequences. We haven't explored what those ramifications might be, and we don't have the public input. You know, we've heard some from the cannabis industry, but certainly not from the rest of the communities that we represent. And I think that if we go with these recommendations that I've made, we will be much better off. And so with that, I'm going to not move the zoning chart, because I think that what we need to do is just focus on the issues to make it make the path forward clear for those in the program. And instead of trying to change the ordinance at this point, you know, I think that we need to just fix the issues. So with that, I'm going to give it back to the chair.
Okay, thank you. Do we have questions of Supervisor Hashak?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So I agree with the overarching goals and the intents that Supervisor Haschak described, but I'm concerned that there is a possibility that this Appendix G won't be successful. There's a possibility that CDFW either will not allow the county to perform its own sensitive species program, or will be so bottlenecked that we won't get the current provisional license holders to an annual. And given that those provisionals expire between 21 and 22, I don't think we can kick this down the road. I think we're setting up 600 plus people to potentially not have a license to legally cultivate cannabis in Mendocino County in 2022. And going to our assembly member and our senator should be done, but that doesn't guarantee state action. It strikes me as rather hopeful to have all legal cannabis in this county, except some indoor that's already gone the use permit route, to rely on CDFW coming together on an Appendix G to fix the CEQA problem that's been standing for years. So what I would like to see is essentially what MCA articulated, this trifurcated approach of let's see what we can do with Appendix G to satisfy the CEQA requirements of the existing permit holders. Since staff is available today, while we're waiting for that fix, let's have them begin working on a use permit model so that we have options. We're not boxed in. If we go the use permit model and we staff up 3 or 4 times as many planners in cannabis as we have today to be at the same operating capacity as Humboldt County, we might assume that we could process about as many permits, which would be 70 per year. It'll take us nearly a decade to move those people over. So I'm not convinced that the use permit model by itself will remedy getting our cultivators to annual licenses. And I know staff has some interesting ideas about using zoning administrators. We need to explore that And so I would hope today we would give direction to continue pursuing all of the options.
Do we have any other supervisors with questions for Supervisor Hashak?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. If I understand correctly, I believe, Chair Hashak, you said that you would not move the zoning chart. So are you proposing we not discuss the zoning table today, but focus on the 5 points that you have brought up?
Right. And I think that if we go into the zoning chart, what we're doing is we're creating more obstacles to get the CEQA, the Appendix G, through. And so what would be best, in my opinion, is that we figure out with CDFA what the hangup is with the Appendix G and see if it works with them. That's the goal of this meeting next week, is to lay out a couple permitted permits and to see where if Appendix G works for those, and if it's acceptable for, Cal Cannabis to say, okay, this is good. And if we have that, then we've got a clear path forward into getting people through the to their annual license.
Question.
Just as a point of order, it certainly seems that your introduction of this item and your comments to it go quite a bit beyond the item that is actually in the agenda, and clearly goes over into the next item on the agenda. So it might, if we're going to be talking about all these issues that are related to potentially going in a new direction, I wonder if it wouldn't be more appropriate to simply bring up the other item as well and have the discussion be relating to both of them, because so far most of this discussion seems to relate more to the item that I brought up and the agenda summary and the new memo that I've added, which discuss most of these issues.
To that, I'd like to ask County Council for direction. Would the County Council feel it's appropriate for the board to consider both items at the same time? They do seem very related to the discussion we've had so far.
I would say it's the discretion of the vice chair, but certainly that would be appropriate if that's the direction you'd like to go, and it may prove efficient as well.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Supervisor Brown.
My comment was going to be, we cannot take one without the other, 6A and 6B. So I think it's, a consideration to hear the opening presentation on 6B and then move forward.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Brown. So with that, I'd like to open the discussion on 6B as well as 6A. And Supervisor McCowan, would you like to introduce items 6B?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So there is an agenda summary, and it does list a dozen or so points. There's an introductory paragraph and then a number of points that are made. And I've just lost my point for the moment. But in a nutshell, it is asking the board to consider going in a new direction instead of continually tinkering with the current ordinance, which we have been doing for years now, with the hope that one or two more little fixes and it'll suddenly become functional. And yet, as I stated in the summary of request, the current program is difficult for applicants to navigate. It is cumbersome for staff to administer. It results in a dual permitting system with the state. This imposes additional financial and bureaucratic burdens on applicants, with little, if any, additional benefit to the regulated community, the general community, the county, or the environment. So we currently have this maze of complicated state and local regulations that are often duplicative, but sometimes conflicting. And if we really want to streamline this, we would seriously consider taking the county out of the cannabis permitting business and focus on regulating it as a land use activity, which is what we do with most other business types. It's primarily governed through the zoning code and the appropriate permitting system for that. That system would also best utilize the talents of our professional planners instead of having them be cannabis regulators. The state is devoting a lot of resources to this. They seem to have the same problem we do, getting people through their system, but it's partly because it's such an exacting system. And although I share the hope that we could streamline our process with the state and get to a point where many of these legacy cultivators could be approved through a ministerial process, we've been attempting to do that for 4 years now with very little success. I came across a memo from December 8th, or a letter from December 8th from California Department of Fish and Wildlife to our chief planner, saying that the department anticipates working with the county to develop a pre-screening process that could allow for expedited review and department sign-off for sites with minimal potential for impacts to sensitive resources, and refining the review process to focus on cultivation sites with the potential for environmental impacts. And in reviewing that with a staff member today who's very knowledgeable with our ordinance and all the processes related to it, he said the only change is that nowadays nobody's talking about streamlining. So we have a very difficult, challenging process. I submitted a supplemental memo today. The section titled CEQA goes into some detail about the effort to gain approval with CDFA for Appendix G, to gain approval from CDFW for a county review process that would result in not having to refer every application to CDFW. But it's still very uncertain, and Chair Haschek is correct. There are meetings taking place in the near term on these issues. We'll get some indication, are we making progress or not? We haven't made much progress in the last several years. Because only one person is available at CDFW to review our applications, they've asked that we send them over in batches. Since, I believe, May of last year, we have sent 170 to CDFW. We have received comments back on 54. So there's a lot of concern at many levels that whether it's the state or the county, we struggle to meet the January 1st of 2022 deadline for state annuals. I think we can anticipate the state is going to have to either change their process or push that deadline out further. I support the comments of Supervisor Williams that we can certainly continue working on the current approaches in hopes that we achieve a breakthrough. But because that's very uncertain, it makes sense in the meantime to direct staff to pursue the new direction that would be truly a simplified process that would reduce the cost overall to applicants and the county. Instead of the dual permitting system with an annual permit from the county, they would go through an administrative or use permit process and gain approval for perhaps 10 years or longer. It'd be, I'd be very interested in the recommendation of staff for the appropriate term. I don't imagine it would be less than 10 years. And I have had the opportunity on several occasions to discuss these issues with staff. And one more comment I want to make with regard to these zoning tables. That's a discussion that the board needs to have, whether we stay simply with the current ordinance or go in the new direction. This board will still need to give staff direction on the zoning table, which says in a nutshell, here's where you can grow cannabis and how much you can grow. That's a discussion we absolutely need to have. So I'm a little surprised that the recommendation is not to discuss it. I think staff is looking for direction. And again, the issue of what should the zoning table look like is a discussion that we need to have, whether we stay with the current ordinance or go in a new direction. With that, I would appreciate it, Mr. Vice Chair, if we could invite Director Schultz to offer comments from the staff perspective, and thank you.
So I would like to invite staff to speak, but first I would like to ask, do we have any board member questions for Supervisor McCowan? Supervisor Hatchak.
Yeah, Vice Chair Jordy. I guess this brings up a lot of questions about what it would actually look like and what would be the differences between having our ordinance versus going with the state. And so, and certainly the people, the phase one growers would be concerned about what the implications would be for them to have to do a land use permit on top of what they've already gone through, and how that would fit into the big picture of cumulative effect on the environment, on the communities, and all of that. I think that those are questions that we really need to see a side-by-side of what would change by repealing our ordinance and taking on the state ordinance. So I think it needs to be very clear for all the board members to say, oh, this is exactly what would change. These are the things that are going to fall out. These are the things we're going to have to take care of in the future. And what the work that has been done over the last 3 years or so, how that would change. And so that's one question. Certainly the cumulative effect of all of this on, and how each person from the phase one would deal with that cumulative effect and the use permit going forward is a concern for a lot of people. And so the person who got into the program a few years ago as a legacy grower might be wondering, what's the cost going to be? What's the time period going to be to go in a use permit way? And then I think people in the community are going to be wondering, where do we go? Like if there's a problem with a grow site, who do they go to? Do they have to call the state for enforcement? Is it going to be, who's going to be overseeing this whole program? And I think that overall, this might be, a way moving forward, but we haven't had the chance to go to our communities because of the COVID crisis. And so I just don't see us moving forward with this radical change at this point.
Vice Chair.
Go ahead. I want to make sure, does Supervisor McCowan, would he like to respond to the question of like a matrix showing the differences between the two systems and then the issue of enforcement? Do you want to address that, or we can also ask staff to address that later?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair and Vice Chair. I think all of the questions posed by Chair Haschak are excellent. They're right on the money. Those are the considerations that we certainly need to be mindful of. I actually think that we may have a higher level of environmental review, a higher level of environmental protection through the administrative permit or use permit process, because it will be site specific. So staff will be in a position to directly consider what are the site-specific characterizations. Does someone have a difficult site, steep terrain, proximity to water courses, limited water, or are they on a site that is better situated? Potentially those folks would have a rather streamlined process, wouldn't be held up with the rest of the pack, which is kind of my perception now. Everybody's kind of stuck in the same box, hoping that something gets resolved with CDFW or something gets resolved with CDFA, but it hasn't happened yet. So I think we would have potentially greater environmental protections. The issue of the cost involved, yes, there would be a new permit application fee. However, at the discretion of the board, that could be a very appropriate use of a part of the equity funding so that there would be no additional out-of-pocket cost for the applicants. The time frame for processing an administrative permit or a use permit, we can go to staff for that. But certainly for a use permit, it typically would be a matter of months, 6 months, maybe longer. Again, we can hear from staff. Currently, we have people who have been in the application process going on 4 years, not necessarily any closer to getting a permit. So with regard to problems with the grow site, and again, staff will be best qualified to respond to this, but a condition of any permit issued by the county for land use would be that the applicant also obtain and abide by the conditions of a permit from the state. So any violation of the state permit, I believe, would be a violation of our permitting process. And likewise, if they have a state permit, that would not exempt them from complying with our grading ordinances, any other environmentally protective ordinance that we have. I believe we would be able to independently enforce. And again, staff can respond to those questions, but I don't think we give up any environmental protections.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams, do you have comments or questions?
Yeah, question for Supervisor Haschak. If we continue with the current ordinance, and a year out, the state doesn't extend the provisionals and CDFW doesn't find a way to meet the requirements of our ministerial permitting process, there will be no legal outdoor cannabis cultivation in this county. What is your answer to that? Because I see Supervisor McCowan, who incidentally I believe was the primary author of the current ordinance, who's been tinkering with it for years, saying that he doesn't have high confidence that there's a solution and that we're leaving the current outdoor cultivators in a position where they will not have a state license a year out. And I understand you want to work with the state, but say we do that and it fails, then what?
Well, I think that within a month or so, we will know much more clearly what the state's position is and if we can work with the state.
So I've spoken to CDFA and CDFW, and I have very low confidence that this Appendix G will work for most cultivators in the county. I think staff has also spoken. I wonder if it would be expedient to have staff comment on how confident they are as to meeting the CEQA requirements with the current ordinance.
Thank you. We will go to that question, but first I want to ask Supervisor Brown, do you have any questions or comments?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we've had a couple of questions raised for county planning staff, and I don't know, Brent or if anyone else in the planning department, are you ready to weigh in?
All right. Hello, Supervisor Haschak, board members, and CEO Angelo and County Council. Curtis. Brent Schultz, Planning and Building Service Director. And I also have Julie Acker here, our Chief Planner, Trent Taylor, and Megan Duquette, our Interim Cannabis Manager. So as concerning your questions about CDFW and getting that clearance through them, it's since I've been watching the program with Julie and Trent, now newly Megan, we are having difficulties getting that site-specific CEQA clearance for the sensitive species. We've submitted, I think, 170 or so of our applications there, and we're not able to get them through. So and I think the problem is, from my perspective, it's because we have this ministerial process and permit process, well-intentioned to get people through quickly, but they can't condition it. There's no way to condition a ministerial permit. However, if you do a use permit process, admin permit, use permit, those are commonly, we do that all the time. We condition them with the resource agency conditions. So if a site has a problem that we can mitigate, we can get that done with conditions on the project. So long as we can get the applicant to agree to do those things, and we can, and I want to apologize, our roof is getting fixed above us, and it's pretty noisy here. So anyway, CDFW, great staff there. We really love working with them, but it's been difficult to get clearances from them.
And then this is Julia Acker-Krog, Chief Planner. The other question that I heard posed was about the timeline for processing a permit. So the code actually specifies in 20.196, which is the use permit chapter, that action has to be taken within 180 days of filing a complete application. The applicant, along with the county, can mutually agree to extend that processing time period by 90 additional days. Say there's something that's still needing to be worked out with the project. But it's important to note, so that 180 days, that's a very solid timeline that's covered in our code. Otherwise, it says if we do not act within that specified time period, the application is deemed approved at that point. I do want to be really clear that it is about a complete application. So that would mean that you have all your studies. There's not, things trickling in slowly throughout that 180 days. The timeline really starts once you've met all the code requirements and you've given all the additional studies that are necessary to support your application.
Vice Chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, a question for our planning director. How confident are you of meeting the site-specific CEQA requirements and moving our current outdoor cultivators from provisional to annual if we continue with the current ordinance?
Chair Hastrick, Brent Schultz, if I could address the board. I'm not confident that we're going to get through and get them annual licenses by that date.
So, Director Schultz, so is part of your understanding of the concern of CDFW with our current process is, maybe Julie Acker, maybe you just stated this, is that because they're not able to condition our permits, they have concern with that process. And so whereas if we had a permit administrator giving a discretionary permit, and we would be able to take CDFW's comments, incorporate them onto a site-specific issues, that they would be more comfortable with that process?
Yes, this is Julia Acker-Krog, Chief Planner. So that's exactly correct. So with the discretionary permit process, we have the ability to be able to condition these permits. So say CDFW has a concern about, future expansion at this site in a particular area. We actually have the tools and the mechanism to be able to ensure that those concerns of CDFW are captured. So that way we can get their clearance on the proposal going forward and condition it to ensure that there's sensitive species protection throughout the operation of the cannabis facility. So that's something that we don't get through the current ministerial process that we have for the agricultural permits.
And perhaps staff can answer this. My understanding is that Supervisor McCowan's alternate proposal methodology for administering this program, CDFW would have, like any other commenting agency, would have 30 days to comment. And whereas right now they may be taking much longer than that to give feedback to the county on a particular permit. Is that true that they would have a shorter time frame to give feedback to the county, but their feedback then could be applied through the administrative permit?
So that's correct. It's less than 30 days under our current discretionary permit process. All resource agencies and referral agencies get 14 days to comment on a project. Now, important to note is that also anytime you comply with CEQA, you prepare an initial study and we send that out for state agency review. There's a minimum a 21-day comment period on an initial study and a draft negative declaration. If you've got a state agency that requires state clearinghouse review, then that extends to 30 days that they would have the opportunity to review and comment on our initial study and potential negative declaration or mitigated negative declaration, depending on the project.
So under this alternative proposal, would the state agencies have a more clear deadline to comment than they have today?
That is correct. Yes, they would have a much more firm deadline to comment by. And also we have this structure built into our use permit process that really requires that the county as well ensures that that permit moves forward within a specified time period.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Brown, were you going to ask a question or make a comment?
I do have a comment. I feel like we're talking about going back to the future, and I believe when we originally started discussing a cannabis program, staff came forward with a suggested permitting process originally, but the Board of Supervisors took the direction of the ad hoc committee of the time, and I think our staff warned that this may cause trouble in the future. So here we are. But whatever we do, we've got to fix it. We've got to have conversations with California Department of Food and Ag, Cal Cannabis. Those have to take place. And the individuals that have made it up to, the state level only have the provincial licenses. I don't want to harm these people. But we certainly have a wrench in the process. So I'm totally conflicted on how to go, but we need to do something.
Vice Chair Jurdy?
Go ahead, Supervisor Hatchak.
Well, one of my questions for staff would be, if we went to this use permit process then and repealed the ordinance, would it negate the initial study and the mitigated negative declaration that we have? And if it does negate that, then what would be the basis of the county assessing cumulative impacts of existing, expanded, and or new cultivation permits? Because that's a huge issue for all these people who are permitted already and new permits. How's the cumulative impact going to be addressed?
So I'll open up that question to either the planning department, or I do see that Matt Kradowski is on the line. Perhaps that's a legal question for him to answer.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. So in talking with staff, and really we're going to have to do CEQA review for whatever we do going forward with changes to the ordinance. Now, if we're looking at whatever happens by any kind of repeal and replace mechanism, if we're looking at there's a potential for one pathway in CEQA, and there's a CEQA exemption for fully discretionary projects. But realistically, we're going to be looking at how this works going forward and have to do some level of CEQA review before we do anything with the ordinance. So in terms of negating the existing mitigated negative declaration, depending on the direction of the board, we may have to do a subsequent mitigated negative declaration, which would have to go through these kinds of issues. So I guess I don't know that anything simply negates what's gone past. And I don't think that the goal of staff in reviewing the direction of the board would be to endanger any of the existing applicants who are in queue. I think we'll clearly have to be looking at a mechanism to bring those applications forward into any new system if 10A17 is fully repealed.
So Matt, sometimes there's a brand new standalone environmental document. Other times, I believe supplements are made to an existing document, maybe tearing off of it using the basis information contained in an existing document. Have you already made a determination whether or not there would be a brand new standalone document, environmental review document, or whether it would be an addendum to an existing document?
So I think neither I nor staff have made any kind of determination as to what that would be, given that we don't have solid direction yet from the board in terms of what direction we're going. So depending on what we get from the board today, or if it's at a subsequent meeting, so be it, regarding phase 3, we will go back, look at what our existing document says, look at what CEQA says in terms of the ways forward. And when we come back to the board, just kind of, I think ideally what we would do is take direction from the board today, go to work on something to bring back to the board for kind of an initial review before we go down the planning commission pipeline and go back to the board for an ordinance adoption. So as there's no predetermination of what CEQA review exactly would be as of today. No.
Do we have any other? Go ahead.
Yeah, for council, what is your level of confidence in the current ordinance facilitating the existing outdoor cultivators getting an annual license from the state by 2022?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, I'm not sure I can really speak to the level of confidence there is in working with either of the state agencies. I think that staff has been trying to work with both CDFA and CDFW to keep moving forward, given the changes that have been occurring throughout this entire process. But I don't think I'd venture an opinion on that one.
Thank you.
Okay, if I'd like to open up for any additional staff comments or board member comments, but then I would like to open it up for public comment.
Okay, so Vice Chair Dirty.
Go ahead.
I guess what would be for Matt Kudrowski, what would be the timeline for making these kind of changes? And of course, it depends on the extent of the changes, but in a best case scenario, what would it be?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, I mean, I think realistically, one of the reasons we're trying to get direction as soon as we can is even just to meet the updated phase 3 deadline that we approved a month or so ago. So the goal would be to keep on that timeline as much as possible to stick with that. So
So have it done by April.
That I think would be the hope.
Okay,
Mr. Vice Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So one point, and I believe I mentioned it in either my agenda summary or the new memo, but the first priority is to not disadvantage anyone currently in the program who's been trying to make their way through the permitting system. Although staff has some doubts about the intentions of some of the people that are in the program, because they've paid one application fee 3 years ago, and they've been able to operate pretty much the way they have in the past. So we do have some people that have been notified their permit has been approved. They haven't come in to pick up their permit. We have other people that have stopped communicating with staff who don't have complete applications and are not taking any action to complete them. So, you know, there appears to be some number of people that are just trying to play this out and keep doing what they've been doing. We have hundreds more who are totally operating in good faith, and we absolutely want to help them succeed in getting their state permits. We have been at impasse with the state for 4 years on the level of environmental review. I believe staff agrees that our mitigated negative declaration as a programmatic vehicle is absolutely sound, that it certainly justifies the permits that we seek to issue. However, it's not what the state is looking for. The state is explicitly looking for site-specific environmental review. If people can successfully comply with everything in Appendix G, which I'm told is 26 or 27 pages long, very exacting, covering every environmental aspect of our ordinance. So I have not heard staff express a high level of confidence that a majority of our applicants will make it through that process. So going to the discretionary permit process will resolve CEQA. Depending on people's site characteristics, it can be a far quicker process than what we've had now. And, I think in the long run, it's a guaranteed way to resolve the CEQA issues. And there's hope that we can resolve them in these ongoing discussions, but they haven't been resolved yet in 4 years. I don't see that we disadvantage anyone in the current system if our direction is we will continue the discussion with the state agencies. We will continue processing the applications, but we will also explore going in a new direction, which will be far more streamlined for the future, both for our staff and for applicants. And before we go to public, we did have some specific questions of staff. One of them, I think, had to do with enforcement. Who would enforce? What would be the recourse if we don't have a local cannabis permit? So I would like someone on staff to answer that. And then I would appreciate it if we asked Director Schultz for, his thoughts on the staff position on going in this new direction. I think I said in my memo, my understanding is staff is uniformly supportive, but I think we should hear from them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Schultz, or if perhaps Trent Taylor from Code Enforcement is on the line as well, feel free to answer that question.
Yeah, it's Trent Taylor, Planning and Building Code Enforcement. Thank you, Vice Chair. To answer the question about enforcement, I envision that it would not be dissimilar to the enforcement mechanisms we have now, other than we would be, and we do, our enforcement primarily supports the planning division and the building division. If this is a land use issue with discretionary permitting, we'd actually have more teeth to enforce conditions of a permit, and there's mechanisms in the zoning code that allow for that. We do that routinely, particularly with coastal development and other land use issues. So we would also write in some kind of code, hopefully in another area outside the zoning code, that makes violating any cannabis law a county ordinance violation, meaning if they violated state law by cultivating without a permit, it would be we would have a regulatory enforcement mechanism, much like we do now. The nuts and bolts of how people cultivate would also fall within that, in the sense that the state already has rules about how you cultivate. We would be, potentially having a land use ordinance about where you cultivate, but the state law would dictate how you cultivate. And if we wrote the right language in our county code, we would have regulatory enforcement, as well as, law enforcement at the state level or the local level would have criminal enforcement ability as well, which is not dissimilar to what's going on currently. So I don't think enforcement's an issue either way.
So Trent, I think I understand what you just said in terms of if there was a violation of the state rules, that would be a violation of the county permit and conditions of approval for the zoning. But what if, for example, the county Mendocino has a different setback requirement, or the state is silent on that issue from an adjoining property, or we have odor standards that are unique from the state? Would those go away and not be an enforcement issue for the neighbors?
No. Trent Taylor, Planning and Building Code Enforcement. Anything we wanted to write into the zoning code on this would be part of the conditions of approval. And if you violate the conditions of approval, we have regulatory enforcement mechanisms for that. And so if you have land use concerns where you're issuing a discretionary permit in certain zoning areas, then the county can dictate whatever setbacks they want. I know that the state will not talk about setbacks, but setbacks are genuinely a land use issue, not necessarily just a cannabis issue. So again, the method of cultivation would be dictated by state law. How the land is being used and how the cultivation is situated would be a matter for county regulatory enforcement and regulatory law.
Vice Chair?
Go ahead.
Yeah, is it possible for staff to pull up the Appendix G on screen share? Because I don't know that we've all had a chance to review it.
Well, and I don't know that we want to, but I would like to say,
well,
if I may,
first,
very briefly on the last point, point 7 of my agenda summary says that the existing setbacks and exemptions would be preserved and would be written into the zoning code as standard conditions of approval. So those would not be lost.
Okay, thank you. So Supervisor Williams, as to Appendix G, we could potentially have staff put it up, but it is many pages long. What is it that you want us to look at?
Well, I think we have a lot of questions from the public in trying to weigh the options before us. And I don't know that Appendix G has been published. If we can't screen share, could we get it attached to the item so that the public and supervisors can review the check boxes that would need to be checked to meet CEQA under the existing ordinance?
Sure. So we'll make that request of staff that they attach it to both agenda items 6A and 6B, because we're really discussing both at the same time.
Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Vice Chair, we might ask staff their view on that, because they are still in negotiations with CDFA of what should Appendix G look like and is it workable. They are doing a test run with a couple of applications. Potentially that could result in changes to Appendix G. It seems to me like it's still basically a work product of staff, and I'm not sure that we can anticipate the unanticipated consequences of making what is still, I think, something of a draft document public.
Well, for that, I'll ask for feedback from Matt Kordowski, Deputy County Counsel.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. So we have, I think, reached an essential agreement with the state on the template that has things and highlight things we'll have to fill in for each application. I would definitely, if desired, would want to put that as an attachment to the item, because it is 20 some odd pages long, and I'm not sure it's easy to review over Zoom and a screen share. That being said, I think the appendix, for my thoughts on what we have called Appendix G, is technically the incorrect term for it at this point. It's a checklist that we'll have to go through and be a support of every application. It's the mechanism we have to go forward right now, and we will continue going through that. And it's what we've reached as being comfortable enough with CDFA that it satisfies their desire for some level of site-specific review. But I'm sure CDFA would be happier with the actual thing. I would talk to staff to see if I don't have access to my documents from home at the moment, but I can talk with staff to see if they can get that to clerk of the board if desired.
So question, Matt, would you have concern about having staff post what we're calling Appendix G as an attachment to items GA, GB, if it has the word draft on it?
I think that it may still have the word draft on it in the versions that I've seen. That being said, I think that version is essentially as final as that's going to get in front of this from the state size, and that language would all be there and should be reasonably final.
So you're saying you would not have concern with it being attached to our agenda items today for the public to look at?
I can't see. I mean, we spent over a year working with CDFA on it. If we want, it could be considered a draft, but I have no problem with the template being posted.
Okay.
Okay. Well,
Vice
thank
Chair.
you. I'd like to ask staff to attach it to both items, GA and GB. Supervisor Hatchak would like at some point to go to public comment, but go ahead.
Yeah, but we have a lot of questions here. Supervisor McCowan said that CDFA wanted us to go to site-specific review, but if we have this Appendix G, which Council Kudrowski just said that CDFA was pretty close to being happy, or satisfied with its role in providing that kind of nexus between the site-specific review that we haven't done and what we have and what the state's wanting. And so is that your feeling that, Council Kudrowski, that Appendix G, if we do these test cases next week and they say, oh, these look good, then it would kind of open things up for us to from this bottleneck that we're in, it would alleviate some of the problems that we're having with permitting.
So I'll redirect to Matt Kudrowski. What's the best case scenario of the outcome of the meeting with CDFW next week?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, frankly, I don't know. I know that there are things, at least 2 different items in the checklist that we do have to fill in on a case-by-case basis, as well as construct a project description on a case-by-case basis. And that's not something, as opposed to a typical land use permit, that's something where we would have had done right off the bat, possibly even from the applicant. Here, there was never a need under our permit process to ask for a written out project descriptions. That's something that we're going to have to spend time on a case-by-case basis. And over time, I don't know exactly how staff at CDFA is going to be wanting more or less information. I don't know if they're disinterested and just want to see something from the county, or if they're very interested and want to see as much as they can on each of them.
Vice Chair.
Go ahead.
For staff, hypothetically, let's assume CDFA agrees to Appendix G, and we feel that we have a streamlined process. I think we heard earlier CDFW was able to process 54 of our requests last year. If they continue at that same pace, how long would it take to get all of our current cultivators to the stage of meeting the Appendix G?
Do we have a response from planning staff?
Brent Schultz, Planning Director. I have no idea how long it's going to take CDFW. We've been, when you had me take over the program, we've been pushing hard to try to get those approvals and get them through the process. But I don't know. I don't control their staffing. We don't control that process over there. So I'm hopeful the governor and others will fund them with sufficient staff to process that Appendix G if it ever gets in shape where they can approve it. But so far, I can just tell you our process right now, Trent and I working through this stuff, and Megan most recently, and they're good staff. I don't want to say they're not. They're very sensitive to our environment up here and making sure we mitigate impacts. But again, how do you condition a ministerial permit? I've never seen it before. And so a lot of the letters come back with asking for additional biological analysis. And how do we get that? We don't have it.
And how many provisionals do we have in the county today?
600 to 700.
There's 600 to 700 provisionals right now.
I guess, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back a little bit to the issue of the document. I want the chair to be aware, clerk of the board staff doesn't have that. We may need a short break before that could be posted if the board would like it disclosed. And I also just wanted to make sure from the Public Records Act standpoint, there is a right to withhold draft documents. That's ultimately a policy call as to whether in a particular case the draft document is ready for public view. The question was posed to my office as to whether or not it could be shared at this point, but I would just suggest hearing from the department as well in terms of whether they have any concerns, if there's any way that might sort of hurt the process of the discussions, et cetera, because they're the ones that are in the better position to be able to speak to that.
Okay, thank you for that feedback. So I would like to redirect that to the Planning Building Department. Do they have any concerns with sharing that document on our county website?
Is Brent Schultz, Planning Director? Yes, we prefer that we work through the process with CDFA to make sure it's a final document with them. I realize, Matt's and Julie have been working hard on it, but I'd really like to, see and hear them tell me this is final, and then we'd be more than happy to give it to the board members and everybody.
Do you have an anticipated time frame for when you think they will finalize their approval of it so that it can be made public? Is that still unknown?
Megan Duquette, Acting Cannabis Program Manager. We do have a meeting with CDFA next week. We don't know what the outcome of that meeting will be yet. So it could be in a week or two. It could be longer depending on what occurs in that meeting and what they ask of us.
And Brent Schultz again, we just don't know what if they're going to come up with additional comments to these documents. So that's why I think it's premature to be putting it out there till we work it through with them.
Vice Chair.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I think we're making a pivotal decision that could have enormous ramifications on 600 to 700 current legacy cultivators. And we really shouldn't make that type of decision without public expression. We can't have public expression if the public doesn't have access. And I understand this is a draft document, it may change. The public can live with a draft document with the understanding that it may change. In fact, it may be beneficial to have the public view it and give feedback before it's finalized, so that if more eyes on the problem, if we find that this isn't the right approach, let's hear those comments now before we have a final agreement with CDFA and we're locked into the document.
Okay.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Go ahead.
So I have changed my position, and I don't really have any concern about posting the document. It, I think, would actually demonstrate, based on my understanding, that it's far from a slam dunk that the checklist, or whatever we want to call it, is going to result in ministerial approval for a majority of our applicants. It may be far less than a majority, because I believe it is very exacting. I believe it was negotiated over a period of about 8 months between county council staff and CDFA legal staff. I think if we saw the document, and I haven't seen it, I don't think any of us have, I think we would realize, wow, this is no slam dunk to complete this thing. The concern that I do have is when it becomes public, any number of applicants will immediately begin calling CDFA saying, what about this? What about that? That isn't right. This isn't right. I think I've seen something of the same dynamic occur when I made my item public a month ago. Suddenly people are contacting CDFA, they're contacting CDFW, they're coming back saying in their public comments, oh, CDFW is very concerned about that. Oh my goodness, this is terrible. So, that's the only downside that I see, is that if it's a viable option, potentially, if we publicize it before we have these meetings with CDFA, it could potentially throw a bit of a monkey wrench into the works. But other than that, I think it would prove the point that it's not by any means a guaranteed path to a permit.
Vice Chair?
Go ahead.
This is a great discussion, but I'm hearing from staff that we need to take a break. So maybe it would be a good time to take a break and they can deal with some logistical issues they have.
And also, when we come back, maybe we could go to the director for his view of staff's position on, is this a viable direction? Would staff welcome direction to explore a different option than the current ordinance?
Okay, with that, it is 10:20. We are going to take a 15-minute break and resume at 10:35. staff to address some questions that were raised prior to our break, but also I'd like to ask the clerk of the board, do we have any members of the public who had registered to comment on these agenda items? And if so, can you read their names so that they can begin to call in?
Sure, I can do that. You also have the list, Chair Jurdy. But we have the telecomment list here for items 6A and 6B, and perhaps it would be best, it's a lot of duplicates of names, but perhaps it would be best if those who signed up to comment on 6A and B, since we've begun to hear both items together, if they called in at their, they could all call in for this one item now being heard.
So would you like to read off, let's say, the first three names?
Yes, we will have Deputy Clerk Atlas Pearson read off who's called in.
So on the line, we right now have Corinne Powell, Judd Duvall, Michael Wheeler, Paul Hansberry, and Susan Tibbin.
Okay, thank you. If they could just hold on just a little bit longer, and we had a few questions for the county staff, planning staff may want to address, such as whether or not to make public at this point the so-called attachment G. So does planning staff have any closing comments before we go to public comment?
Thank you, Vice Chair Jurdy. This is Julia Acker-Krog, Chief Planner. So over the break here, I did share the draft Appendix G document. So we have that available to Clerk of the Board staff in case they wish to upload that for public viewing. Right now, it's important to note, so we have come to large agreement with CDFA on the boilerplate template language that's within there, but the folks will see where there's these fillable portions where we have to insert site-specific information, which is typically highlighted in yellow. So, we can certainly share that if the board wishes, either by posting it to the item and/or I am also able to share my screen if folks would prefer. And we're, of course, available for any additional questions you may have.
Can you confirm, is it about 20 or so pages long?
It is actually about 25 pages long.
Do you believe it would be something that could easily be viewed on the screen share, or is this something people really need to download off their computers?
I mean, so this is Julia Acker-Krog, Chief Planner. Given the level of detail that's included in there in the 25 pages, I'm not sure if the board had a particular section they wish to look at, but, certainly it does take time to review it, read it, and digest the information. So, I could see that perhaps the board would want to post the item, allow the public to view that. But if we wanted to review specific sections, I'd be happy to go over that.
Vice Chair?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I like the idea of posting the full document to the agenda item, but could we screen share just the sensitive species, since that seems to be at the core?
Sure, just give me one moment here with the permission of Vice Chair Jurdy to get that going.
That's fine. So do we have any other staff comments before we go to public comments?
We have no additional comments from staff, and I'm not sure if you wanted to see this screen share now or if you wanted to wait till after public comment.
Mr. Chair, and I will ask again, it's my understanding that staff does support moving in the new direction that I've outlined. I actually think the suggestions to do this came from the public and from staff. So I wonder if Director Schultz, or if not, Chief Planner Acker could just briefly characterize staff's thoughts about potentially going in this new direction.
This is Brent Schultz. Chair Judy, I could talk about that briefly.
Go ahead.
Thank you again, Brent Schultz, Planning and Building Services Director. I've been took over the cannabis program about a little over a year ago, and even have a goal and objective to streamline the cannabis program permitting process. I've worked diligently with our team here and CEO's office and everyone, all the stakeholders in the cannabis business to try to streamline things. We've done, of course, some changes to this ordinance. We've done our new renewal process. We have made it as quick as we can, but we've reached a limit of what we can do. And I where we're at right now is really we're in a box canyon. There's very difficult ways out of this canyon. I like to talk in word pictures. I'm sorry if I do that, but I believe we are. The harder Trent and I look at this, the more we come to the fact that, and I think our belief is, and all the staff here, that a discretionary land use based process where we can do an initial study and site specific CEQA analysis is with set timeframes of 30 days from the resource agencies, holds our feet to the fire for 180 days to get these discretionary actions done and make a decision on them, is the way to go to get an annual license out of the state of California. We also concur with some of these recommendations on more streamlining of the ordinance in the staff report. We don't see how our permit process, we think it adds a lot to the process. I like this idea about you go through, you condition your use permit or your minor use or AP, and then we can condition that. All the resource agencies can condition that use permit process. And then you cannot cultivate unless you have complied with those environmental conditions and mitigations, and you have a state license. I think it's also easier from an enforcement standpoint down the road. I also want to point out that we don't control the resource agencies. They're great people at all of them, and we go through lots of processes with them, and there's no guarantee that I know I don't want to sell things. But I think when we run into sites where they clearly have water and they clearly have, capacity on the site, that we can mitigate the environmental impacts from that, we can then, I think, be assured we're going to get them an annual license, which is what I really want. I really want you to know, in the deepest of my hearts, I want this program to be a success, to continue forward, for people not to be left behind. That really is bothersome to me. I've never envisioned anything we did here, working with the board, of hurting legacy cultivators was ever discussed. To me, the approach should be, if the board gives us direction to stay with this ministerial program, we're going to try our best to get people through the process. But as I told you, I fear not getting through the process. And if the board tells us to do a use permit process, then we work hard to get everybody through that process as quick as we can. And then if people don't get through this Appendix G, this process, we move them over to some type of admin permit or minor use permit or something that we can get them their annual license. So that's always been my hope, my goal. We all agree with that. We believe time is of the essence. We believe there's, in this cannabis business, a lot of people around us have changed. Many of Lake County has opened things up. I hear there's 600 acres that are going to be hitting the ground next year in the cultivation season. So, Santa Barbara's allowing stacked licenses. Monterey County's doing the same thing. And I just would really encourage you to really give us strong direction. We'll analyze anything you want and bring it back. But I really would like clear direction from the board to the staff as to where you want them to go next. And I'm just hopeful, when I look back at my time here with the county, that we changed it for the better with you. And I really see this as a extremely positive change. It's going to be hard work if you do it, to be sure. But I think this is a real pivotal decision that you're making in direct policy direction. With that, we're here to answer any questions you have.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me,
I'd like to ask,
excuse me,
do
Vice
we have
Chair.
any board members with additional questions for staff? And otherwise, I would like to go to public comment.
Yeah, I have a question. Vice Chair.
Go ahead.
I guess it's for Director Schultz, is that if we went to this land use program, then how do you see the time requirements for staff different from that? And like Supervisor Williams was saying, in Humboldt County, they've processed 70 a year. And in Lake County, I hear they're processing 6 a month, which is about the same. And we certainly don't have the staff that Humboldt has. So how do you see us getting through there, and the time requirements for all the people who are in phase 1? How do you see them getting through the program in time?
Chair Hashik, Brent Schultz again. I look at it this way. Right now, I'm in a situation in this process with my applicants where I'm stuck. I can't get them through. We're frustrated like our applicants, but I'd rather bring you 80 permits a year than stopped, because without them, I can't. There's no jobs created. There's the applicants can't get going. We're not generating business taxes, and I've stopped. I can't get the industry going to compete with our other. We're in a competition. We're not. One of the things I want to. We really need to think about is, and I've said it since I've gotten here, we're competing against the entire state of California on our cultivators and our processing facilities that are here in manufacturing. So I'd rather have a discretionary process where I know I can get some of them through. It's going to be a challenge. We're going to have to staff up, and we're going to have to, Julie and I and Jesse, Trent, Megan are going to have to develop processes to try to get them through as quickly as possible and be efficient on it. But I know right now I'm just, we're not getting a lot of people through, but I'd rather have 60, 80 or more that I could get through the process.
Well, I guess my concern would be if I were a small cultivator who was a phase 1 permittee, I'd be really concerned to hear that you're only thinking about getting 60 or 80 a year, just like the other counties, and in a bunch of 700 or so, and then all the new applicants that are going to be coming through for phase 3 or whatever that looks like. It just looks like, it seems like a process that, like Supervisor Williams said, could take 10 years.
Concern noted. It is excuse me, it is 10:53. I'm going to go to public comment. Clerk of the board, would you read off the first 3 names of people who are on the line?
We can do that, but Vice Chair Jurdy, I need 2 points of clarification, if you would, please. I need to know if it is the desire of this board to post Appendix G to this item.
I'd like to poll the board. Supervisor Williams.
Yes.
Supervisor Brown.
Staff has recommended no. I say no.
Supervisor McCowan.
I believe staff may have shifted their position. I don't believe they object at this point, so I would support it.
I'd like to hear that.
Can we go back to planning staff as to whether or not they have concerns with posting this onto the agenda?
This is
Director Schultz. Yeah, we're okay with you posting it.
Then I'll change my position.
Okay, Supervisor Brown, thank you. Supervisor McCowan?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for posting that. And could the clerk of the board read off the first 3 names of people who are on the call?
I can
and
absolutely.
And you will have 3 minutes to comment on both items.
Vice Chair Jurdy, if you would please just clarify for the public and those who have signed up for telecomment that those who have signed up for both items need to call in now if that is the desire of this board. If you would please clarify that for the record, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, they do need to call in for both items. They'll have 3 minutes to discuss both items unless asked follow-up questions by board members.
Thank you. Okay, we have Hannah Nelson, Corinne Powell, and Judd Duvall on the line. Who would you like to go first?
Well, I heard you named Corinne Powell first, so I'd like to call her first.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes? Yes?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. I want to express a lot of appreciation for the progress made between last week and this week. This is a much more relevant and robust discussion, although I think it's continuing to reach an impasse. And here are the things that I'm concerned about. First one, yes, thank you for posting Appendix G. Most of us thought that there was some kind of reason for it to not be transparent, so I appreciate that very much. Questions to staff who have, or through the board, please. Those of us who have already been permitted here for several years and state licensed for a couple of years, who have proceeded successfully through all the original state requirements for environmental review. And I understand that CEQA is separated from this topic, but have you had conversations with Fish and Wildlife that grant an LSA or another CDFW letter of no negative impact to stand as previously being approved, or are they being ignored and or abandoned? I'm wondering if there isn't room, if indeed phase one and longtime permittees and licensees are approved for SSR, let's say, is there a place in the new zoning system for us to be zone cleared and not necessarily go through the administrative or the use permit process? Supervisor McGowan was on the Cannabis Hour last Thursday. When asked about processing a use permit, he replied that the cost is generally between $6,000 and $7,000, and he recited a number of steps, as in planning commission review, public hearings for neighbors, et cetera, and so on. That does not sound particularly streamlined to me. So I'd like comments about how that might progress. And I'm concerned when I hear Brent give examples of Lake County's acreage and Monterey County's stacking of permits. There's a large contingent of small farmers in this county who have opposed that concept from the beginning. We are small craft farmers. We want you to recognize that in this county as a very special group, very special product, very clean, organic, environmental farmers. We are different from the people that Brent wants to bring into this system through his use permit procedure. Thank you for listening. I believe that we should postpone any concrete decisions until we have more information about next week's meeting that planning and building staff is having with Fish and Wildlife, and any final determination regarding the Appendix G that County Councilman Kudrowski is having with CDFA.
Okay, thank you.
Let's talk, but let's not decide. Thanks very much.
And our next caller.
Next up is Hannah Nelson.
Hi, this is Hannah Nelson. The first thing I'd like to say is that while the two items were just combined, they were initially separate, and so public comment should be 3 minutes for each item. But I do also want to echo what Corinne said regarding the progress that's been made even in the past week, and we really appreciate it, and we appreciate the full engagement of the board and the staff to try and get to the bottom of all of these issues. MCA submitted 2 memos. The June 9th memo is the most recent and appropriate, and really our bottom line is that we've got to fire on all cylinders at once right now. And there are a lot of nested issues here. And it's true, while the sensitive species review issue and the bottleneck with CDFW is not the only issue, it is one of the issues. And while a potential discretionary review process could in part deal with the sensitive species review issue as it relates to the use of Appendix G and the fear that it would an applicant would not pass unless there were conditions. It doesn't deal with the entirety of the sensitive species review issue, in particular regarding the lack of CDFW staff to process the sensitive species review and or the ability for the county to do it in-house. And so we just really ask that those issues be dealt with next week during your meeting. We're very glad to hear that those meetings are happening. The other questions that I have with regards to some of the comments that were made is that Mr. Taylor referenced adding in to the county code, state violations could be enforced by local enforcement. And so I guess I wonder if other land use permits are subjected to that as well, and how that would then be different than 10A17 with respect to all of the burdens and disabilities of a local cultivation permit without the separate benefits potentially. We're also very, very concerned about the amount of time that it will take to process permits under any regime, and that needs to stay in the forefront of everybody's mind, which I believe it is now. The other thing that I wanted to briefly mention is Supervisor McGowan referred to some unknown amount of people who are just maybe, he inferred, taking advantage of the system. But I would like to remind everybody that there have been 4 regime changes, and I personally have experienced the loss of documents and the status of records within departments that are not necessarily complete. And so sometimes it's not the applicant's fault. Certainly there may be people who need to be cut, but I think that starting out with the presumption that there are people who are taking advantage rather than looking at the changes that have occurred during these years and taking some responsibility by the county and treating people with the respect that they deserve in terms of the presumption that they've been trying throughout all of these issues to do their best. Finally, CDFA has told me that their position at this point, and anything can happen, but they believe that the Appendix G would work because it's mainly a description of existing conditions, and that, for lack of a better term, anybody who's made it through the gauntlet of the local ordinance would likely qualify. And so they were less concerned about people's situation revealing that somehow all of a sudden they become ineligible just by virtue of the description of the site in Appendix G. So I think that that's worth exploring next week with them and confirming or exploring whether or not there are reasons why that may not be true. We appreciate all the efforts. We also would really like to see the equity program proposal, and we caution against trying to use those funds for some additional processes that applicants may have to go through that are yet now unknown, and looking at that pot of money as a solution to the current situation. It may be appropriate, but we certainly would caution against the automatic use of those funds for an additional process that people might have to be required to go through at this point. Our comment letter enunciated some specific requests for direction for staff, including some information that would be helpful so that the board can decide which direction or what directions, if more than one, they want to go in. And we feel like it's really important to have the full information
30 seconds.
so that. Oh, okay. Anyway, please read our memo and thank you for your hard work.
Okay, so we have one more caller on the phone. Clerk of the board, do we have any other callers who need to call in?
There are some that are not on the line, so taking other callers should give those callers time to call in. We have 6 callers total, and I believe Atlas would be glad to read you the name of someone who's on the line.
Thank you.
Next on the line is going to be Susan Tibbin.
Go ahead. Susan, are you there?
Perhaps she's on mute.
It doesn't.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. Good morning, supervisor, staff. As legacy farmers who've navigated the onerous and constantly changing and confusing permit process, we're convinced that bringing new legacy people into the program requires an opening of the time window, not slamming it shut, just as people are dipping their toe into the water. For phase 1 operators, an extended or at least renewable legacy cultivation permit path is really crucial if our county expects increased adoption and tax dollars. We suggest a 24-month extension after implementation of the Cannabis Equity Program with a yearly renewable option. We've interacted with the Cannabis Advisory Committee and numerous state agencies throughout California, particularly in Sacramento, over the last number of years. And we find the state's interaction with cannabis is largely driven by mega grows and law enforcement staff. First-hand knowledge of actual smaller operators and legacy farmers is virtually non-existent. So it's crystal clear that the state's one-size-fits-all mindset leaves thousands of potential Mendo program adoptees just thrown under the bus. One size does not fit all. Local expertise, guidance, and historical memory is crucial to crafting protocols that actually work for local operators. Knowledgeable, caring, local staff understands local conditions and our environmental best practices. So should we move forward with Supervisor McCowan's proposal, we respectfully but urgently request that local knowledgeable staff act as a liaison between the county and the state to create trust and increased adoption by the heretofore largely neglected legacy operators. The local heritage smaller operators, by and large, exemplify sun-grown, sustainable practices. We are the face of what's sustainable environmentally. And we, just like millions of other Californians, have suffered huge financial losses these last months. So please don't abandon us to the state one-size-fits-all, the increasing fees that we can't afford. Please implement a robust and ongoing liaison between state and county regulators. Please just don't take the money and walk away from local responsibility. We, the small heritage farmers, are a sensitive endangered species. Please don't let us go extinct. Thank you for your hard work, and we look forward to continuing to work with you.
Do we have another caller who's called the county?
Yes, the next caller on the line is going to be Paul Hansberry.
Thank you.
Hello, board. This is Paul Hansberry. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Paul. Thank you.
Well, first of all, I wanted to congratulate the building department the Planning and Building Department for finally getting rid of the 5-gallon buckets and plastic tubing that's been in the hallway for years and years and years and getting their roof fixed. But more on topic here, the phase one, the reintroduction of phase one, there are thousands of people out there that are still waiting to find out what they're signing up for. The incentives are starting to dribble in, but at a very, very slow pace. There should be more carrots than sticks. And when these people are ready to come in, they are still legacy farmers. They are still the pioneers of the industry. The phase one should be an indefinite opening, or at least the ability to renew the phase one as people. The argument that, oh, people aren't going to do it, they're going to stay in the black market until the very last minute. Well, that's only because the things that keep changing and they're not sure what they're signing up for. If there was more regulations on a local level that appreciated the legacy farmers, I think you'd find a much larger adoption. As Susan said, it looks like the legacy farmers are going to become the endangered species. As far as the sensitive species review, I was in contact with Angie Baker, who's a senior environmental scientist specialist and the editor-in-chief of the California Fish and Wildlife Journal, and there's a number of different credentials that she has to her name. She told me in an email thread that they don't have any kind of a document for this sensitive species that's just noted in their in the Fish and Game Code about the different sections about birds of prey, raptors, et cetera, endangered species, et cetera. And if you violate it, make sure that you're not. But there's no checklist or review that they have like a form. And there's no way to self-certify. Just make sure that you're not, violating any of these codes. It seems to me that the ordinance is the Mendocino ordinance is the one that is requiring CDFW to perform this action, where we should be able to change the ordinance so that we can self-certify. Then with regards to lateraling all the responsibilities over to the state, it sounds great, and the duplicative process, I couldn't agree more that it shouldn't be, but it should work the other way, not from the state down. The one size fits all, and even the water boards have regional different divisions with different requirements for different parts of the state. We've been an advocate for local and ground up. It seems to me that the board also signed a letter of support for some such proposal for legislation for a pilot microbusiness program where the local jurisdiction would be the person that would determine what the regulations would be for the licensee, and then the state would submit to the state for approval. So it would work upwards instead of downwards. And we're big proponents of that. I know my time is probably running out, so I will just close by saying that I do believe that this conversation should continue. Hearing that Supervisor Hashak and the Planning and Building Commission are having meetings next week, and we're having this meeting now, seems like it's putting the cart before the horse. Let's get more information. And like Corinne Powell said, let's not decide, but let's continue the discussion and have another meeting as to how we're going to proceed after these meetings and see how productive those meetings are. Thank you very much for all your hard work.
Thank you. Do we have another caller on the line?
Yeah, the next person to speak will be Judd Duvall.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for providing an opportunity for us to give public input on the ordinance and the future of the ordinance. I greatly appreciate also getting called up to speak. Our family has been in the county since the mid 60s, and so I am the owner's rep for our family cultivation business. And unlike some of the other local cultivators, and I appreciate Ms. Powell's position, but we would like to be able to expand in the years ahead. And so, and I've read some of the input from Henry's and other larger cultivators. And, we don't have anywhere else to go. We plan to stay in the county. We want to develop a diverse economy within the county. And for us, I believe that the best way we can do that is to find ways to create sustainable, environmentally sensitive cultivation techniques that also allow us to have a reduced cost of goods sold per pound. I greatly appreciate all of the conversation that is going into the CEQA process and the SSR. And to that point, I would be interested in providing, to do our own SSR, if we could start that process early, or perhaps start our own site-specific CEQA process, if that would help us to move through the process to make sure that we can get into the annual permit regime with the state. Let me see here. For us, I think, the number of callers in this morning, part of the reason for that is because right now we're managing so many different parts of our cultivation and infrastructure development and permitting and compliance and staff planning and all of those different things. And so we have been delaying a number of other calls this morning in order to give input to your group.
30 seconds
and we
remain.
greatly appreciate all of the folks in different agencies at the county that are helping to support legacy and new cultivation. A couple key concepts that I'd like to communicate today. We have needed to, in order to make our business sustainable, we have needed to purchase property that we plan to apply for phase 3 permits for. It is very important that we are able to make our distribution license more appealing to urban buyers. And so it's very valuable for us to think about diversifying our legacy farmers and creating opportunities for distribution in the county. And so we are hoping that we would be able to get the phase 3 application information as soon as we can. And with that, we understand that we'll be needing to do the site-specific CEQA process. Ideally, as part of phase 3, I believe that it would be nice for phase 1 applicants that are in good standing to be able to begin stacking permits in a phase 3 application that would be site-specific. Additionally, it would be, I think, beneficial to take another look at the permit density requirements or limitations in the ordinance. Our company owns all of our state
1 minute overtime
licenses, and we'd like to be able to tie our permit, our county permit owners to the state licenses. And thank you for the additional time. One additional item is that for many legacy cultivators, the minimum permit fees are very challenging, especially when we are in a non-operation process, because we have not received our LSA and we have not received our provisional permits or licenses from CDFA. If there is any way to this year take another look at the appeal period, I do not believe that we were given enough time to appeal the 2019 fees for non-operational farms, and I think that would be a great carrot.
2 minutes overtime.
Okay, thank you. Do we have other callers on the phone?
Yeah, next on the line is going to be Michael Wheeler.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Michael Wheeler, and I'm the Vice President of Policy Initiatives at Flowcana. So today, in the world of legal and regulated cannabis, Mendocino County clearly has a problem. This county is competing with other cities and counties to attract cannabis businesses that can create jobs and stimulate tax revenue in the wake of a deepening recession. Now, we're proud to be a Mendocino cannabis business. We've got over 100 employees reporting to work at Flow Kana facilities in Mendocino County, and we know this is our home. And here we're blessed with a strong involvement in the legal industry by legacy cultivators. And these legacy cultivators must have a path forward to secure their annual licenses and continue their business growing the highest quality craft cannabis in the state. Yet, while Mendocino certainly produces the lion's share of quality cannabis in the state, craft cannabis occupies a small segment of the overall market. Now, we strongly support craft cannabis cultivators and sustainable agricultural practices, but of the entire $265 million average monthly sales in the state, top shelf craft cannabis represents less than 10% of overall cannabis sales. So we need our craft cannabis cultivators, and Mendocino can also participate in other parts of the market. And I would point to our written comments for more detailed market data on this point. But as the top flower brand in the California market, we at Flow Kana, we want to diversify our product portfolio and begin to participate in, compete in the other 90% of cannabis, the other 90% of the cannabis market. This is the edibles and the topicals and the pre-rolls and the vapes and the tinctures. And to do this, we spent millions of dollars and built a new manufactured product facility, and we need access to huge amounts of value-priced cannabis, which is known as biomass, to make these products. And the economics of growing biomass on 10,000 square feet are truly untenable. We understand that, and while we would greatly prefer to meet this need locally and purchase this biomass in Mendocino County, the current ordinance just makes it impossible to be met. So we very much want to bring the jobs and the tax revenue that come with biomass production to Mendocino County in 2021. And to do so, we very much support streamlining the process for approving cannabis cultivation in the county by focusing on land use. And we also support the creation of a pathway for innovative cannabis projects to be considered on a case-by-case basis, should they be non-conforming, and especially if this involves turning over other crops in order to grow cannabis on a premise already approved for agricultural activity. This moment is critical to determine how the county will weather the recession and create the infrastructure for an economically beneficial cannabis program in the years to come. And haste is really needed to streamline the way cultivation licenses are provided so that new cultivation sites can be planted in April of 2021. If Mendocino misses this window, the investment dollars, the jobs, the tax revenue will all accrue to areas that are more hospitable to business. And therefore, we support a streamlined process for licensing of cannabis cultivation in Mendocino County. Thanks so much for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Do we have another caller?
Yes, next on the line is going to be Devin Jones.
Yeah, good morning, supervisors. This is Devin Jones of Mendocino County Farm Bureau, and we did submit some general comments last week, and I do appreciate the additional information coming forward at this week's board meeting, and it sounds like it'll continue to evolve here in the next few weeks. So I just had a few kind of general questions and comments. One, it is definitely apparent that there is a continued need to address the functionality within the cannabis cultivation ordinance. But like discussed this morning, there needs to be a consideration of some degree of local customization to address the concerns of both the cannabis cultivators and other citizens. That I think is important. Maybe not duplicative, but I think there is a need for specifically looking at what is specific in Mendocino County. So with that, I had a couple of questions just to be considered and maybe followed up with today if possible. We may have missed it, but we went back through the ordinance and it doesn't seem like there was ever really a definition of legacy. So as this process evolves and additional cultivators are encouraged to come into compliance, it might be good to kind of think about what that definition of legacy is going to be. So I'd ask for that. And then a couple questions come back possibly to Trent Taylor or some of the staff at Planning and Building. If conditions are assigned through a use permit process, could staff expand upon the county's current process for verifying that the conditions are being adhered to? It would be really nice to get away from a complaint-driven process and have some consistent protocols in place. So that's my first question. And the second question is there any increased liability to the county if other conditioning agencies or the public find violations to terms of the specific permit? So with that, I would refer you to our general comments we submitted last week, and we will continue to engage in this process as it moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other callers?
Yes, last on the line currently is Sandra Berman.
Hello, supervisors. Hello, everybody. I'm not super well versed on everything that is proposed right now, but me and my husband, we're cultivators in Redwood Valley, 10K cultivation license, and I just want to say there is no need to rush to make any changes on anything. This is it's like giving me heart palpitations to think that things are going to shift. How many meetings did we go to? How many cultivators, how many family farmers came together to craft the ordinance we have? And I know that there may be issues with it. And, we're all learning so much all the time. But to change it could be devastating, dangerous, and worse. And if we're going to go and make changes, we need to have lots of public comment. We need to have lots of notice. We need to have everybody have a chance to speak like we did when the ordinance was written, which was amazing that we all came together, and great job. You guys actually made an ordinance that we're all living by. We're all, planning our business models on. And I mean, yeah, it's making changes and, scaling up is a big thing that we're talking about. How many people stand to benefit from scaling up? Right now, there are currently, I think I asked, maybe there's 1,500, applicants. How many people are really in a position to scale up? And since cannabis touches every aspect, every corner of our county, it's a big deal. We need to be really thoughtful before we make changes. And, I hear a lot of corporations talking. Yeah, they want to rush on this, but I just think what's the rush? Nothing's even figured out yet. To make changes, let's first just think about it, get a lot of public comment, and, have the information out to the people first. So thank you so much. I'm so appreciative to be able to participate.
I have a chair. I have a question for the caller, if I may.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So because I hear a theme of public comment about why rush, why make these changes, and my concern is today I understand you have a cultivation permit, but that in 2022 you will no longer have a state license because the provisionals will have expired and you won't be able to transition to an annual. And so I think the thrust of this item is to ensure that the legacy cultivators continue to be licensed by the state. And if we take no action, what we're hearing from staff is it's very unlikely that you will be able to continue. There won't be any outdoor cultivation in this county. And so hearing that, is your perspective any different, or would you still urge us to wait?
Well, I'm a cannabis cultivator, and I honestly don't know what you're talking about, that I'm not going to have a permit in 2022.
You're on a state provisional right now. Those are set to expire in 2022. Today, we have no pathway to get you to an annual license, which means you won't be cultivating.
I mean, so you guys have different information than I do. Just think about how complicated, we're confused here. Think about how confused they are at the state level too, I don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so maybe for the board, maybe for the board, we could do a better job explaining it, because I think the disconnect between the public and the board may be background information. This is a complicated topic. I don't know if we could have staff sum it up, but I think it would go a long way to get everybody aligned.
Yes, because I don't even know what
And-
you're talking about.
And Mr. Chair, aside from that, if you will allow it, I have a brief question for clarification.
Sure, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you for your comments. I believe I heard you talking about there are many people who could scale up, and I wasn't clear, are you in favor of people scaling up who are able to do so or not?
I currently am in favor of our ordinance, and if we're going to change it to scaling up, you know, this phase 3, you know, the changes that are going to be made, that a lot of stuff has been paused because there is so much things happening. I'm not in favor of scaling up until we've had lots of public comment and until, like what the other supervisor said, till we actually understand what's even going on.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have another caller?
Not at this time. We do have 2 people from the telecomments list who have not called in yet, though.
Atlas, could you read the names of the 2 people who signed up to call in?
Yes, sir. The names are David Kusmar and Amanda Raymond.
Okay. Well, do we have any additional comments from staff or questions from board members for staff based on the questions and comments board members heard from the public?
This is Julia Acker-Krog. We're certainly available if the board members have any questions of us. We're certainly here to assist, but we have no additional comments.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Go ahead.
Devin Jones, I believe, asked for a definition of legacy and also for could we have improved protocols for oversight of use permits, which typically those are a complaint-only basis. That's kind of across the board for the county. And then she had a question about liability to the county, which I didn't quite capture. But I wondered if staff had a response to any of those, and especially to the definition of legacy, because we do use that word all the time. What do we mean by it?
So this is Julia Acker-Krog. Proof of prior, well, so legacy is really defined as when you have proof of prior cultivation, prior to that January 1, 2016, demonstrating that evidence. So that is really the legacy cultivator, is individuals who can demonstrate that they were cultivating prior to that date. The second part about the higher enforcement of conditions, I will use the example of what we do for our surface mining programs. We charge an additional fee for doing inspections to verify that conditions are met. I think the previous direction from this board has been to various departments to be at cost recovery. So if that was something that the board wanted to see more proactive enforcement, we would encourage that you consider a fee for doing that proactive enforcement of essentially going out and verifying compliance with conditions, also realizing that's an additional demand on staff time. So there's a concern potentially there. And I'm sorry too, I'm not sure that I captured the legal question either that was in there from Devin Jones. I'm not sure if somebody did.
I interpreted it as a question about whether or not the county would be incurring any additional liability if it was relying on the new direction.
I would wish to defer that to County Council.
Vice Chair?
Go ahead, Supervisor Hashak.
My question would be, under this proposal, what CEQA review would each cultivator be required to complete? And what would be the estimated cost for that for each cultivator? Because it seems like right now we can either go the ordinance way with the Appendix G versus this new way, and how would the CEQA be completed for the cultivator?
Does planning staff have a range of costs
Sure. This is Julia Acker-Krog, Chief Planner. So in terms of CEQA compliance, I can't foresee that these types of cultivation permits would go in any sort of exempt fashion from CEQA. So, there's categorical and statutory exemptions under CEQA, and then you get into doing the initial study and then making a recommendation of whether or not there's a negative declaration, meaning all impacts are less than significant, or a mitigated negative declaration if there is mitigation necessary to take potentially significant impacts down to less than significant levels. So with the initial study process, we charge a standard fee for our applications at $735 for staff to prepare that. That's built into the fee that you would pay at the time you apply for your use permit. And then there's an additional fee that is from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and that is an impact fee. So that's due after action is taken on a project. And right now, this year, that fee is about $2,460, a little bit less than that, about $3 less than that. But so that's due after action's taken on a project. Now, the other cost that may be contributing to the preparation of that initial study is the additional studies, things like that the applicant may have to prepare. So say they need to do a biological assessment or demonstrate how far they are away from a creek. Those are additional costs incurred by the applicant. That's not necessarily something that we would be able to tell you what those costs would be, as it's very site specific and project specific.
So each applicant would have to do that.
Yes, all discretionary permits are considered a project under CEQA. So compliance with CEQA is mandatory for any sort of use permit or administrative permit. Those are all considered projects.
And so that would be all the people who are in the permit program already?
This is Julia Acker-Krog. So I think there's, I think something that we've lost sight of a little bit maybe during this discussion was that, initially the board had given us direction back in May of 2019 to pursue use permits and administrative permits related to the phase 3 cultivation. This discussion now, I mean, at that time, it really wasn't, we weren't talking about changing phase 1. We were talking about continuing forward with that Appendix G for phase 1 or the legacy cultivators. So, now this has been a little bit of a new shift. And so, I don't want to put the cart before the horse and say exactly how this transition would happen for legacy cultivators, because I think it's something that we still need to sit down and drill down as staff to come up with what's an appropriate program and then run that through the public hearing process so the public gets the opportunity to comment on that proposal.
So I have a follow-up question for staff. Since that time, the county has successfully applied for a grant for legacy cultivators through the state. I think it's over $2 million. And could not part of this evaluation that staff could pursue look at what fees that applicants would pay that could be covered from that $2 million grant?
This is Megan Duquette, Acting Cannabis Program Manager. The equity program, some of the services that we will be providing is fee waivers, which very much could go towards paying fees for use permits, et cetera.
So it seems to me that when we look at and discuss fees, we need to also acknowledge that there will be grants covering the fees, at least for some of the applicants. I believe there has to be certain eligibility established by the applicants, but that's part of the discussion, and we've barely touched on it today. Do we have any other questions for staff, or do we have any additional callers?
Mr. Vice Chair?
Go ahead.
Regarding the fees on the county side, what is the current fee for an administrative permit, current fee for a minor use permit, current fee for a major use permit?
If you don't mind, I just need a moment to pull up our fee schedule to give you the definitive on that. It's also remembering that there's add-on fees. So do you want just the base fee amount or all inclusive? Because I would have to run a couple estimates to include all the other department fees we collect for on their behalf as part of those permits, or I can just give you the base.
I think the all-inclusive you mentioned, for instance, with a major use permit, there'd be an initial study, maybe with any of these permits, an initial study, and then that cost is built into the overall price. So I think that'd be the most useful number.
Okay, so I'm just pulling up here. So we have for cannabis specific permits, and let me identify myself again. So Julia Acker-Krog, Chief Planner. So in 2019, the Board of Supervisors adopted specific cannabis fees for related to cannabis administrative permits and related to use permits. So those base fees for a cannabis administrative permit was $1,261 plus $90 per hour when we, for cost recovery. And then there was for a minor use permit, the $2,511. And then for a major use permit, $6,620. Now, noting that there would be on top of that, the add-on fee of the $735 environmental review. And then there's add-on fees from various departments, environmental health, Department of Transportation. And then what these fees don't capture is that additional California Department of Fish and Game fee, or Fish and Wildlife fee, that becomes due after a project is approved, which is the $2,460.
Well, correct. So could you give the county total for each of these permit types inclusive? And then also we know that we have to add on the 2460 or so for CDFW. But in terms of what you collect at the county level, do you have those totals for the different permit types?
I apologize. I'd have to run fee estimates for each of them. So if we can keep going with more discussion, and I can do that and then report back once I have the numbers.
Thank you.
I guess I'll ask Atlas. You said that we still had 2 callers who had signed up to have either, I guess it was Amanda Ryman or David Kusmer. Have either of them called in?
No, sir, they have not.
Okay. Hope for getting near a conclusion here. It's getting near noon. It does seem to me that regardless of what direction the board gives, it's really only direction, and staff will then have some direction to pursue to bring back to a future board meeting. So I personally don't see us rushing on anything. If anybody's followed the cannabis program, the word rush does not accurately describe any aspect of this program.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I was on mute, or you would have heard me laughing out loud a little bit there. It is interesting to hear it described as a rush. And you're absolutely right. The intent is to give direction to staff. They would then return with a more detailed recommendation of what it would look like if we were going in this new direction. And from the beginning, I think really the most important part of this is to make sure that we don't disadvantage anyone currently in the process. I think we absolutely owe it to the people that have come forward that we have to do everything we can to help them succeed. And so no one is losing sight of that. No one is talking about abandoning them or adding additional costs to them. I think if they're in our program, if they've submitted the information that we need, personally, I would think a small portion of the equity grant could address the cost of helping these folks through the permit process. Yeah, I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Well, Vice Chair?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just, my idea of the equity program wasn't to kind of do it in this way. And when Supervisor McCowan says a small part of that 2.2 million could be used to help people out with the use permit. And when I hear the numbers, if we have 1,000 people who need to go through the use permit, and that's $1,000 each would be just a portion of what it would cost to go through the use permit. That's $1 million. That's half of the budget right there for the equity program. And I don't even think that was the real intent of the equity program. So anyway, it's just one of those things where we don't have our numbers. We don't really know all the implications of this. And we need to look at what our vision is for our county. And certainly we want to get people through the program. I think that we can get people, let's have these meetings in the next couple of weeks with the state and see where we are and come back in a month. And if there's no hope, then we say, hey, there's no hope. We have to do it another way. But if there is hope, then I don't think we should we should be jumping into something like this.
Okay. Has planning staff been able to tally up the county fees for each of the 3 types of permits?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Jurdy. I have. So I'll run through those real quick. So for based upon the current fee schedule, which was adopted last year in July 2019, or became effective in July 2019, for a cannabis-related administrative permit, the fee all-inclusive, including the $735, would be $2,292. And then on top of that would be the Fish and Game filing fee post-approval. And then for a minor use permit, you'd be looking at $4,173. And for a major use permit, $8,282. And again, those last two, the minor and major use permits, would also have the add-on fee of the Fish and Game filing fee post-approval. And it's important to note for the public, if your project is denied, you are not required to pay that fee either.
You're not required, for clarification, you're not required to pay the Fish and Wildlife fee.
That is correct. Thank you.
Yeah, but you'd still pay the county fee.
Correct.
Mr. Vice Chair, another question. So currently, people have paid an application fee to be in our program. We have been, I'll use the word churning these applications for several years. I doubt that there's a single application that hasn't been reviewed by a staff person a minimum of 5 times, maybe more. And if we continue on, assuming Appendix G has some usefulness, we have no ability for cost recovery. I think, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we've probably more than expended the permit application fees that we've received thus far on a global basis, and any additional staff time in trying to shepherd these permits through the process comes with 0 cost recovery. It also comes with a continuing investment of staff time, and again, at this point, with no guarantee of success. So again, I'm fully in favor of continuing to explore options with CDFA, CDFW. The people who are best informed on that process are staff. I do not hear legal staff or planning staff express much optimism about the utility of these different options going forward. It's a continuation of a 4-year discussion. The fact that they're meeting in 2 weeks or a week really doesn't change the fact that we've been at impasse for several years. So again, I support continuing those discussions, seeing if some breakthrough can be made. In the meantime, I think it makes sense to give staff direction to go in this new direction and work out the details of what that would look like. And then, of course, we'll have the same meeting all over again, but with a little more information.
Well, as acting chair, I'm looking for a board member to make a motion. I would hope that we could reach consensus, because after all we are doing is giving direction to staff.
Well, Mr. Chair, I would try a motion to direct staff to continue exploring options with CDFA and CDFW to make the current system more functional, to continue processing permits through the current system, and also develop details of what moving in a land use specific direction would look like, as opposed to continuing with the current permitting system, cultivation permitting system.
Second.
Okay, do we have any additional discussion on the motion?
Mr. Chair, if I may just ask for a little bit of clarification.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask, in terms of the direction about exploring the land use option going forward, is that only for phase 3 or is that for some portion of phase 1?
That would be for all permits. And I will point out that we have still not addressed the zoning code table. I think we can come back to that. We should at least have some discussion on that before we leave the issue, but I don't think we have to do that in order to take action on the motion before us.
I have a question for Supervisor McCowan.
Go ahead.
So I think the direction is to planning staff to continue working with CDFA, CDFW on remedying the CEQA deficiency in the current ministerial. In parallel, exploring what a use permit model would look like for both the phase 3 and the legacy phase 1. How do you see county council moving forward? Is it possible to get some county council effort on analyzing the situation we have with CDFW, where we proposed a species process sometime back and no progress has been made? Does the state have any obligation to work with us?
Well, I think whether it's county council or planning, they have continued to try and resolve that. And I think you may be referring specifically to the draft policy that I believe planning staff has submitted to CDFW. And that was submitted about a year ago, I think. I don't know that we're any closer to approval, but yes, the gist of the motion is to continue these different avenues that are currently in process that may resolve the CEQA issue, but simultaneously ask staff to develop what a discretionary review permit process would look like. And I may have referred specifically to use permits earlier, but it's a little broader than that. It would be discretionary permit.
Supervisor Brown, do you have a comment?
I want to go back to one of the speakers, and myself, I felt this was important, and hearing the different speakers today, I think it's even more important, but we do need a definition of legacy cultivators.
Okay.
I think that's important, so we all know who we're talking about.
So I thought planning had answered that moments ago, that it's a cultivator before the 2016 with proof of prior. Is that right?
This is Julia Acker-Krog. That is correct. So a legacy cultivator would be considered an individual cultivating that has that proof of prior cultivation prior to that January 1 date.
Okay, is that in our list of definitions? If it isn't, it should be put in.
Phase 1.
Thank you. It's not presently in our list of definitions. It was more termed in terms of phasing. I think the legacy and non-legacy is terminology that's been brought in throughout the continual discussions on the ordinance. But that is an excellent point, and I think that's something we can accommodate to make sure there's a solid definition.
Thank you so much.
Vice Chair?
Go ahead.
MCA wrote their trifurcated plan, and the part with exploring the land use permit was really to do a study, have planning and building do a study of how they would get all the legacy permittees through the program in time for the 2022, switch to annual. So I would certainly like to see that first before we did anything else. I want to see how planning and building is going to get all of these people through the system of a land use. Come show us how it would happen before we commit to anything else for the people, because everyone's saying that we're trying to take care of our legacy growers. Well, let's see the study about how that would happen.
Well, if I may, Mr. Vice Chair, perhaps along with that, we could ask CDFW what process will they undertake to approve or to comment on more than 54 applications per year. So we have multiple agencies at the state level, and we have ourselves at the local level. We have no control over the state process. I think it's predictable that the state is going to have to push out the January 1st, 2022 deadline. And we're not looking at getting 1,000 applications through the process in 1 year or a year and a half. It'll be hopefully some hundreds. In talking with staff, they believe that we could develop a streamlined administrative permit process. Statutory timelines have to be complied with, but the process of doing the actual work of processing them, given the work that's already been done, and if Appendix G is used and is workable, that would certainly inform the process, so there would be less additional work to do. But I believe staff thinks that they could scale up the number of permits that they're able to process. We did give direction during budget to increase the full-time equivalent staffing for the cannabis program from 5.5 to 8 planners. If the new direction proves feasible, I think we could make a lot more progress than we have slogging through the current system. So I'm not opposed to what you are saying. I think it's inherent in the direction that I'm proposing to give to staff that they would come up with the most workable way to get people through the process. That is absolutely the goal. The current system isn't workable.
Okay, with that, I think we've perhaps achieved consensus, and maybe we were there all along in the direction we want to go in. It seems though we may find with more information from staff that one option is preferable over the other in getting there. Do we have any more comments before we have a roll call vote? Not hearing any. Could we have a roll call vote?
Yes. Supervisor McCowan?
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak?
No.
Vice Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
The motion carries with Supervisor Haschak dissenting.
Okay, we had one other piece of this agenda item A, and I'm hoping we could have just at least a very initial discussion of that item. Maybe we would carry that forward in a later meeting. But Supervisor Haschak, did you want to just give a little outline of your thoughts on the other part of your agenda item that was not really discussed today?
Well, the chart that I came up with, which led to some expansion and showed the different zones, was a result of going to the town hall meetings, getting lots of feedback as a cultivation ad hoc committee. And so there's a lot of feedback in there from all segments of the community, people who were at the town halls, people who weren't, the Farm Bureau, the ranchers, the community members at large, the environmental community. And so I thought it was a fair, balanced approach to dealing with the zoning and some expansion. But I don't think at this time is the time to deal with that because we haven't had the public input. I think, in the last 6 months, we need to go back to the public and see what their thoughts are. And especially if we're going to a land use model, we need to, I think we need to reach out to the public and see what their thoughts are on this new model. So I don't really want to push it forward at this point. I think we can talk about it, but I'd rather do what some of the people said was talk, but don't decide.
I'd like to poll the board. Would we like to see maybe not focus just on this one issue? There are other planning issues that we have the same concern about wanting to get public comment, but having limitations on that. Perhaps we could give direction to the planning department to bring back a more generic agenda item about how other jurisdictions and how our jurisdiction might survey the public on land use issues to get us the public input that we seek, and that might actually be improved upon the public input that we normally get through meetings where a handful of people show up during the middle of the day or for an evening meeting. I know that county planning staff has been looking at some online surveys, and I believe there's ways of doing that so you can tie it to the property owner, or at least the occupant of the property, so you don't have people voting more than once, and you know what the residents of a given area believe about a subject. So maybe we could just have a generic report from planning staff at a future meeting that would go into how we would collect survey results on planning issues, because we just don't know how long this isolation is going to be in place. It could be in place for some time.
Mr. Vice Chair?
Yes.
Well, I would endorse a number of the recommendations made by Sarah Wright during public comment. I think we're all very keenly aware that thus far the ability of the public to have meaningful input has been greatly impeded by the online meetings. There are some jurisdictions seem to maybe have it figured out a little better than we do. Also, I liked her advocacy for allowing in-person participation, and I think we could certainly design that with social distancing in mind, and no one would have to pursue that option, but it'd be available if they wanted to. There are some people that aren't able to participate electronically or telephonically, I believe, or it seems like there's some people that struggle to do that. So anyway, I think we should look at all of that. But in the meantime, I think it is worth giving some preliminary, at least discussion on these tables, which were actually before the board on December 10th with staff recommendations. And there's been a lot of discussion on multiple occasions prior to then. And so I think we should at least talk about it, maybe not give direction, but the agenda item is to review the zoning code tables. And that is a discussion that we do need to have. And I think refreshing where we are on it makes sense. For instance, the proposal before us actually seeks to go backwards from previous board direction that was given. And, you know, I'd be happy to discuss that if we're going to have some discussion on this item.
So on to that, I'd like to survey the board if we want to have a deeper discussion on the land use tables today. If we do, I propose that we have that discussion after we've had our closed session, after we've had lunch. Otherwise, I suggest we have just more of a generic discussion at a future meeting.
Mr. Vice Chair?
Yeah.
I believe there was a date that was selected by our chair in July. Can that be our target date? And then the other comment I want to make is the community at large, countywide, which I'm referring to non-cannabis growers, feel that everything was done and over and we're back at it again. So I'm suggesting, whatever we do greater public announcements. So everyone within Mendocino County, our constituents, have notice of exactly what we're going to be discussing and when.
I agree, Supervisor Brown. That's why I'm suggesting we have understand what our process is for getting public input before we launch into something that could be viewed as a substantial policy change. Supervisor Hashak, Supervisor Williams, do you have any?
Yeah, I agree with you. More public comment is better. I do worry about online surveys, the integrity being challenged no matter which way the survey shows there's a majority. So maybe there's a way to do it. I think we should continue the discussion, but I'm not immediately sold that it'll be accepted by the folks in the minority position. And as far as the land use, I'm neutral. Could discuss it today, but I like Supervisor Brown's idea of holding off so that we can better notice it.
I'm in agreement with that too.
Okay, sounds like we have consensus.
I do have one point. I have one point
before you go to
briefly.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So the board did previously give direction that for phase 3, we would allow permits in rangeland, new cultivation in rangeland with a major use permit, which, as we've just heard, is pretty expensive. And it would be paid for by the applicant, not equity funds. And it would involve a thorough review of all of the environmental and other conditions and the opportunity to attach whatever conditions are deemed appropriate or to deny the permit. So that's previous board direction to allow the possibility of new permits in rangeland. And I will note that the ad hoc has unilaterally taken that off the map. So that's, in direct contradiction of previous board direction. So I just wanted us to keep that in mind going forward as we decide what are the appropriate zoning districts and permit types. Thank you.
Okay, question for staff before we go into closed session. Do we have a date in July where we were selecting a future special meeting or a time on a regular meeting to discuss cannabis?
Mr. Chair, before we go to that, I just want to clarify, in discussion with clerk of the board staff, our intent was to go into closed at the end of the day rather than during the lunch break. Ultimately that's the board's call, but that's what we've been preparing for.
Okay, thank you.
I think we've agreed that we're not really going to have the discussion on the tables, so potentially we could go straight into closed session.
We're, Chair Hasjack, we do not have closed session set up for noon. It would take some time for the clerk staff to set up the board conference room. So if there is a way we could stay on schedule with the break from 12 to 1:30 and then coming back, we could do closed session at 1:30 if there's no more items today. Thank you.
Could we just get the question answered from staff? Do we have a time in July that staff was looking at for additional board discussion on cannabis? Or was staff looking at a special meeting in July?
I believe it was the chair, Mr. Vice Chair.
Well, I think that we had, let's see, I'm trying to pull up my calendar right now, but we were, I was just throwing out I think is July 16th as a potential date for discussion of cannabis.
Okay, that would be a Thursday?
No, okay, then it was a 14th.
Okay, that's a regular board meeting date. Okay.
Right.
Okay, I just wanted us to disclose this to the public if we had a target date in mind, even if it's not later agendized for that date. Okay, with that, turn the gavel back over to Chair Hashtag.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair Jurdy, for taking over during that time. And since the only item left is 9A, which was put on off agenda. So it's a closed session item. And since I'm hearing from staff that we need time to set up, so we will take a lunch break and we will go into closed session at 1:30.
And also, Mr. Chair, I assume we will be sent a closed session call-in information?
Yes, that is correct. I'm not
Thank you.
chair, but I already checked on that.
Okay. So clerk of the board, you'll be sending out the invitation?
Yes, we will. So the issue is that we're using the Zoom account to run this meeting, and we cannot create a meeting using the same account at the same time. So we just need 10 or 15 minutes to create closed session. And we can come back at 1:30 and as you suggested, and that sounds just fine.
Well, would it work for people to come back at 12:30? Would it, clerk of the board?
Yes, Mr. That would certainly work for me, Mr. Chair.
Okay, clerk of the board.
If you're asking,
That's what I'm trying to do. Thank you. Okay, so clerk of the board.
If you're asking,
is it possible to come back at 12:30?
it's possible. You're okay? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's possible.
Okay.
Well, if I'm hearing that staff really needs a lunch break, certainly I think we would honor that. But so.
Okay. So staff.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I think if I'm perceiving the tenor in the room correctly, a lunch break would be helpful for staff.
Okay. Okay, very good. We'll come back at 1:30 then. All right. Okay, see you then.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're muted, Chair Haschak.
Okay, now, great. I couldn't get unmuted. All right, welcome back, everyone. It's 2:33, and reporting out from closed session for item 9A, which was a off-agenda item that we approved to be on the agenda. Supervisor McCowan made the motion. Supervisor Williams seconded it. It was approved unanimously that we will initiate litigation in the event that other remedies are unsuccessful or insufficient to get business to comply with the public health order. The business has been given multiple chances, and it seems like the intent is to not comply with the public health order for that business. So the authority was given to initiate this litigation versus Chris Castleman doing business as Fiddleheads. So I hope that's clear, and I hope that everyone stays healthy and safe. All right, with that, we will adjourn the meeting at 2:34. Okay.
Wait, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
I just want to be clear, there was, I believe, a space for CEO report, et cetera, on the agenda.
Okay. Yes, there is. Okay, item 6C is supervisors' reports. Okay, so we'll go through these. Supervisor Brown, do you have a report?
I put it away because I didn't see it on the agenda. It's only the CEO's report.
Okay, it's on my chair script, so.
Okay, then go to the others and I will go get it.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
Supervisor McCowan, you're muted.
Oh, not on my end. Well, thank you. No report.
Okay, Supervisor Jurdy.
Well, we met on the budget last week, Tuesday and Wednesday, and came essentially as close as we could to adopting the budget. I think that was a major accomplishment. Thursday and Friday was working with county staff, Supervisor Williams, and others on feedback from the business community to the health officer and vice versa from the health officer to the business community. So that pretty much took up Thursday and Friday of last week. See, Monday, we had a discussion with some lodging operators and other meetings that took place yesterday. Lots of phone calls, not so much in the way of meetings, though.
Okay, and Supervisor Williams.
No report, nothing essential.
Okay, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There has been some updates from our two state organizations on the key issues surrounding the state budget. So I'm hoping when we come back on the 23rd, we can hear those updates and what might change within a week. I'd really appreciate that. And again, I've been doing research. It's Sonoma County, what they call Chapter 13, and it is the hazardous vegetation inspection and abatement program. I hope to have something at our meeting in July. I'd like to get it on the agenda for a discussion, and that has to do with wildfires. At the conclusion of our meeting on Wednesday, I immediately went into the Redwood Valley Municipal Advisory Council, the MAC, their regular meeting. Quite a number of items on the agenda. I'd like to thank Mr. Schultz for being able to be on there to talk to the MAC. There was an action taken by the MAC, and it was a letter that was sent to our planning and building director, Mr. Schultz, and this had to do with lighting at a business, Redwood Valley gas station sign,
And so he received that. I received a copy as their district supervisor. The following day, we had the Sustainable Groundwater Agency meeting, and staff opened up talking about a grant that we received to hire a AmeriCorps worker. It's a 40-hour position to assist with all the work of communications, public meetings, outreach, etc. The board also received a report from the consultants on the integrated model and groundwater sustainability plan development. And the consultants mainly discussed the progress in the GSP writing and the development of the integrated model. We also had an agenda item on regarding the development of the sustainability goals for water quality degradation and subsidence. Our technical advisory committee had met on the Tuesday before and had made recommendations on both. And the GSA board agreed by consensus to each one of the recommendations. All this can be found on the website if anyone in Ukiah Valley is interested, or countywide. Also, the proposed budget for the 2020-2021 year was adopted. And again, all that information, including the PowerPoints that we went through, is on the website. It's under the Mendocino County Water Agency. And I believe it is the page for planning and building services. So that's just about it there. I will have tomorrow the Rural Counties Association Board of Directors meeting virtually, and also the Golden State Finance Authority. And then on Friday, forgot what I had. So I'll end it there.
All right. And I had a first 5 meeting, which on Friday, which was all day. And we looked at the budget and also did some strategic planning for first 5. And I also had a Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Commission meeting. And that was looking at some of the issues involving our youth in our communities. So that's about it as far as meetings. So let's move on to the agenda.
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I finally remembered. It went out of my mind. On Friday, I'm with a group of supervisors meeting with the Behavioral Health Board, and this is at a state level. So I wanted to mention that.
Okay. Very good. And so moving on to agenda item number 5A is the Chief Executive Officer's report.
Chair Haschak, there is no report today. Thank you.
Okay, and agenda item 5B, which is the legislative platform, discussion and possible action, including review, adoption, amendment, consideration, or ratification of legislation pursuant to the adopted legislative platform.
Chair Haschak, there is nothing today. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, it's at 2:41 and we will adjourn the meeting. Thank you, everyone. Stay safe.